I shall call you Trevor.
Hello everybody, welcome. It's Thursday, and Thursday means it's time for some more great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I hope you're having a fabulous week, and I think we're going to finish this case today. So that's exciting. Thank you, Levi, for the 17 months. You can't make the auto-read text-to-speech say bad words. It won't do it. You gotta subvert the system and make it spell it out. Freza, thank you for the host. I hope you have a good sleep. We'll see you next time. We gotta play more Phasmophobia soon.
And if so, if they're bad.
Hello.
They have not been happening yet. Hi.
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 What up?
I need to turn everybody up. Apparently.
I'm also a little far away from my mic because I'm eating, so that might be why I'm quieter than normal.
Okay.
If I'm quiet, I might need to do my mic thing.
No, I think you're good. I just gotta balance you out. Speak more words.
There's more words that I'm speaking right now. If that, yeah?
Yeah, great.
That suffices?
Yeah.
I adjusted my mic volume. I don't know if that made a difference.
Yeah. Shasta.
Cool.
So the Derringer is the best gun that's in Hunt Showdown, and I'd like to say this on the record for everyone to hear. That, yeah.
What'd you say?
The Derringer is the best gun in Hunt Showdown.
Yeah, for sure. Is that what you've been spending your time on today?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Fuck you.
No, it just came to mind just in the last 5 seconds.
Okay.
You just wanted to make a statement.
I've come to make an announcement!
And Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch.
Miles.
I've got mozzarella sticks.
Ooh, delicious.
Fantastic, yeah.
Oh, mozzarella sticks.
Is that enough? Or should I keep talking?
think that'll be fine. I'll adjust it if I have to. When you stop eating your delicious, delicious mozzarella sticks.
Awesome.
The adventure of the unspeakable story. Ah, fuck.
Oh, it's me.
I forgot it was this douche.
When's my boy coming back from the war?
Which boy and which war?
Kazuma and death.
The war of being dead.
You know, it's struggle.
He's trapped in an endless loop, like Zagreus.
I want my girl back. She's just got on a boat before the last case. What the fuck?
That's true.
Who does that?
But she's not. Who does that? She's not.
I'm
dead,
not convinced.
though.
I think she's coming back. Like, I'm convinced we're gonna see her again before the end of this game. Even
She's
though
gonna burst through the door and stab Graydon in the back.
I
Did
wasn't
we
even.
do this already?
I didn't click in the getting. Yeah, this is. We need to press everything. I was trying to adjust my microphone because I could tell I've been peaking a little bit.
I noticed I was peeking a bit, like on this stream, but I looked at the thing, but I don't know how to fix that.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know
not
if that's a
peeking.
me problem or not. Streamlabs
No.
is really hard to gauge what is good audio levels.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm clicking, but don't worry about it because it's fake. I'm not actually clicking. It's the game being confused.
Hold it!
Mr. Windbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nass were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them.
Is he sharing his fish and chips?
Yes.
It's just fucking like, how?
I'd taken an extremely large bite of mozzarella stick the minute before it turned back. He already had a revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life.
Gah, we're just your regular bad burglars, that's all. We all like violets. Says the pair who carry a gun.
Do they only carry one gun between them?
Apparently.
Okay.
I think so, right? 'Cause there would have been a thing about them having a second gun if, like, because right now
Right.
we're in like the bit was where's the third gun from?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking
Like a
for
cartoon
music
character?
box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. I could find this man's accent again. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was
I
trying to
mean,
help
what's
you, little
shameful?
bruv.
I'm
The
s-
old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
I was brought so much over mozzarella sticks that I forgot to be angry as this guy. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
I forgot how to speak. Where the pair of you were sitting upon the floor defenseless prawn burger together. Shame on you.
Sorry, Gub.
Or God.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes. Though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was Ooh, it was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. What?
What?
The brawl was louder than the gunshot?
Yeah, that's
I might have assumed there was like someone like kicking the floor or like a bang or something. Maybe
The
he wasn't
man
trying to
who
argue.
threw another
believe
man
him.
also shot you at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's claiming. Hello, M.
Ewo.
This, sorry, Hiwi-woo, M. This man is claiming that Windabank threw a man across the counter and shot him with a pistol at the same time. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
You didn't do anything to it. You wrapped it in a handkerchief. What?
He's just dumb.
Egg.
Hello.
Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you
Hello,
think?
guy, look at this mouth. I should call you Trevor. And thank you for the tier 1 resub for 13 whole months. You're
Gosh dang.
so old.
M was born 13 months ago.
Yes, thank
Well
you.
now. I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. The pad's appropriate now.
And I scampered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do? I found it. I got back there.
Yay.
Peephole.
Hold it!
Das Peephole. You mean you chased after him?
Well, the reason why. But I ran off after him to the back of the shop.
Yes, Egbert
What?
is still here. What did I say?
Ashley
What's
Drayden.
happening? I pursued the man, but
Like,
he
why?
showed
Ask
himself
why we chased.
in the
Why I
storeroom.
chased him, and he said he doesn't know. He doesn't remember why he went after Winterbank. That's not suspicious whatsoever.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood.
I was adjusting your volume.
Oh, thank you. But there's a small opening in it, about Edite, that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
He looks.
I'm ready for this
Respectfully, of
egg
course.
to get poached!
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through his peephole as well?
Burgling?
No, not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. Until I finished with the mozzarella sticks, so I got angry again.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windabank take place.
Inside, room, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
A knife!
No.
No! The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
She didn't...
No, you just said...
Coat... The coat, That does track, right? She picked up the coat earlier that day, right?
Yeah, but how?
Like, she badgered Gregson for it?
Where is he saying Windabank was running? He was locked in a room already with her.
That's a good point.
I mean, we know this man is, like, lying out of his ass, so, like...
Yeah, this is lying through the teeth. I'm just like, I don't know how to counteract that, but, like, where is he going?
Yes. When the crime scene was discovered, the defendant found... Blech. Yes. When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windabank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
But no. It wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocketed girl had when I saw her. What?
What did she have?
Oh.
Yes, the bullet from the Windabank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective.
Uh-huh.
The detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
Didn't we Oh, boy.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved.
Yeah. His.
In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Where did it go? Why did she
That's where the trapdoor is for. It's down there.
Why did she pick up Windabank's gun if she had her own?
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene.
I want him to make the exact two arguments you did in the exact same order. Ow!
Right? Stop
My arm.
slamming your arm in the... Jesus, Graydon.
Calm yourself, counsel.
I just want to see this man's arm fall off because he keeps, like, tearing the wound open. And it just,
I want
like,
to see his jacket sleeve just tear.
it just, like, tears the whole arm off because he can't stop fucking around.
I was thinking alien chest burster out of his arm.
Oh my god.
But that becomes a character too, like the baby from the first case.
That's awful. Sorry.
You must consider the events in order.
What?
At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. But then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
This man's gotta be in so much pain.
But you
I don't think he feels pain.
Look, he's rich. He's taken so many drugs recently. He's fine.
Oh my god.
That's all rich people did back then, right?
That's a good point.
Hold it!
All over her.
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with that coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is still sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
It's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago.
How annoying! If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So, unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
You took it?
Read that.
Hold it!
Excuse me? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room.
That's the part you're fixated on? That's right, this is my voice. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. For some reason.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
Also, like, if she was trying... So, like, I know what they're gonna say next, and he's gonna say she's trying to create the locked room scenario, but she didn't have a gun. But also, like, Winterbank had a gun, so, like, that doesn't make any sense. But, like, if she was trying to get rid of the gun, she wouldn't have just, like, dropped it on, like, through the peephole. She would have, like, tossed it out so it was as far away from the back storeroom as possible, right?
You'd think.
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Sorry. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. I cabin other people, obviously.
What did you do with it? And also, like, if you were witness to a murder, why didn't you stay? ...
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly.
And what did you do with it?
I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. I threw it into the Thames.
Clear up.
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute told us to tidy up.
It takes these blub and bub sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bullet at Gale, aren't you?
You little
What?
toe rag! Oh!
Oh!
Oh,
What did you do?
did they just
Bobblehead
try to
bag.
pickpocket him or something?
And look how much Ringo is sweating.
You little toe rag.
Excuse me!
And Rigo's trying very hard not to look at
Is
this.
that what he said?
Yeah!
Yeah, I think so.
Someone else was talking, I couldn't hear the actual
Yeah,
dialogue.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
his voice thing was you little toe rag.
Oh, I fucking love that.
You little toe rag.
Gentlemen,
I'm sweating.
Huh, 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 huh.
Something wrong, sunshine.
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
Hooligan. What was
Hooligan,
going on
an
just
hooligan.
now?
You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got down the station?
And why didn't you?
Because you didn't know nothing about it. Or that flamming peephole on the door. Ah!
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God, blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this did give me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
Like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Well, okay, you're a child and also, like, giving him
You pay
good
him.
press. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
No, no, no. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. I don't know what I can't do the bailiff voice anymore.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Oof.
I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Emily likes your accent, Miles.
Which one?
Apparently all of
Where's
them.
One of them I feel is... That's funny.
Well, there you have it.
Depends on if they recognize which one is Miles and which one is Levi.
That's also a good question.
True.
No, we do have our... They do light up with our names, right, when we talk?
Yeah, yeah. Em has that to help. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Ms. Gina Lestrade.
Oh, and this is gonna serve to prove his point, fucker!
Yeah.
From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following the gunshot wound.
What? Was Mason killed with a gun?
No, he was stabbed. But
Yeah.
if they're looking,
I think that's our in.
they're looking
That-
Look
at
blood
it
spatter.
Mm-hmm.
in the context of, oh, she has blood on her coat because the man was shot, and so the spatter marks are gonna. It's confirmation bias.
End of report.
Fly on the green.
I'm gonna clean up my food. I'll be back in like a minute.
Okay.
Goodness me.
God, what a fucking prick.
Right.
Shasta?
Oh, fuck.
Alright, I'm back enough.
Never mind.
See, what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Never mind.
I literally, there's a bunch of stuff all over the place, so I literally went and grabbed a trash can, and I'm going to be cleaning up all on mic.
Okay. No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbank's.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Shooter Kumi writes, full well knowing the entire premise of his trilogy.
Is that they can indeed speak. Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom.
The two guys and one is small. Yes, Miles does
Yeah.
the voice for the tall one and Eggert.
For Luigi.
Miles does the voice for both Eggert and the tall one.
Miles is
Yeah,
Charlie Day.
I'm the two weirdos flanking Gregson.
Did you say this, Sleeper?
I did.
Sorry, I was distracted.
Did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence?
And then I tried to argue against it, and you told me I couldn't. So,
And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer.
You want the truth or not,
Yeah.
bitch?
Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
but that was. I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
Blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? My stereoscope! Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer that problem, Pop Out. It can't be done.
But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist!
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held the Pirolski to starving boy. Pirolski to starving boy. And he ran away crying.
What?
What does this have to do with anything?
He doesn't understand what's happening, because
No,
his English is not good enough.
He just wants to contribute.
Yeah. Also, he's a murderer. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's
I
imagination.
mean, if this game is
Are you saying he
tell
doesn't
you
exist?
He's barely more than existing.
BRB again, sorry.
If this game doesn't stand for anything, it stands for murderers are allowed to say things and have opinions and contribute. even if they kill people, they can contribute.
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
Sounds like you've got some kind of personal problem with
I guess we'll find out in DGS 2.
with Herlock Sholmes. How could you say that?
Herlock Sholmes arrested my family.
It's cumbersome.
Justin.
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
Fuck. As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim.
What is going on?
I knew it was me, but I pressed the Windows button instead of Alt for Alt Tab, and then it all got fucked anyway. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular.
I mean, he shot the man, so, like, he can say anything he wants.
Another way he could have known that the coat had blood on it is when he wore it, if it smelled like old blood.
He did also...
It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Yeah!
It's nothing but the truth.
Look at these two men both doing like a pose.
JoJo pose.
My lord!
You ready to eat those words, Zeke?
These are like wizard duel poses, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one, no. Sir.
Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well,
It's fine, we can do another. Some
Has
patient
the
examination.
doctor always used his head?
Yeah,
I think he did, yeah.
this trial, yes.
because
Because he's got
he's got the
on.
gloves on and he doesn't want to unsanitize them.
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
I just want to smack him in the face.
Zeke's.
Alex, who is supposed to be in class, is now playing Power Wash Simulator.
Hey,
I think Alex plays
support
that
it.
while they do.
It's
Yeah, Alex-
so funny.
Alex was playing Max Gentleman.
Zeke's, every time you drink, like you've just unanimously proved that, and every time we shoot you down.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony.
And you've consistently failed to win a trial against us.
Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Ugh!
Wow.
Whoa! I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Somebody bonk M. Who? Who?
How?
How very distressing.
Yeah.
Ira? Not Ira.
Yeah, it's you.
Oh, it's
No?
it's gotta be her luck.
Is it
Oh,
Mil? Is it?
It's Shasta.
Oh my fucking god! Please, I want to see that boy.
To be held in such low esteem.
It's gotta
I
be
don't-
her luck. What?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my
Fuck you!
god!
Oh
He's
my
been doing this
god!
whole time. Yes. That's why his voice has been bad.
Fuck! Oh my god! It all comes together! Holy shit!
You agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
This is fucking
No,
classic
this is
Sherlock Holmes shit.
Oh,
Officer?
I think this
Please
is.
kick the music in first, please.
You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah!
Fuck.
Mr. Jones?
Fuck.
God, what a gay pose! I love him so
What
much.
is the meaning of this?
Oh my god.
And there's the
Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital.
As well I should be, had not I been set upon by an errand.
What errand? Honey, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Oh, honey, he's been awake for so long.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
God, he looks so ridiculous.
In what manner, sir? Nope. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Will you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time!
Nobody asked you, Gregsy.
It's the exact opposite. Hell
As I was
yeah.
saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Get fucked, Gregson.
Get fucked.
Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
5
One.
minutes.
2, 3.
Oh, he changed.
Counts to 300. Look
My
at them
dear-
together!
Hello.
Ew.
I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Alright. I'm all wrong.
I put my intestines in backwards.
Sorry?
Not sure how they did that. They didn't need to cut me open, but they did. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand a man. Asked the judge for 5 minutes.
Oh, we got a Princess Bride situation.
But I fear, even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out.
He fucking, does a pose.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
While he's in pain. Hurley, this place is full of idiots!
And now there's one more.
None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is!
Oh, well. That concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Yeah, bud.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
Oh, it's from Susato.
It's what Susato left us.
What's that? A lavender fushiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this, her favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe.
This is new music.
Yeah.
I like it.
It is. It's good. It's the first time I've had Sholmes in court.
Yeah.
It is.
And the first time
That's
Scholz has
interesting.
interacted with Zeke's on screen.
It's got a
Despite how much they talk about each other.
I mean, I'm saying that because
Court.
I have to imagine they've interacted off screen.
Oh my god, they've gotta. I would read a novel of these two just having like regular conversations. Oh my god, it's so funny. They're both such characters.
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. And at that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Sato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Is it a stereoscope?
It's the machine I made.
It's a magnet to pull bullets out of people.
I knew this was coming back.
Oh, it's the fucking cat door gun!
Oh my god. Why do we need a cat door gun?
We're gonna put a hole in everybody in court!
Look, I used this. My latest invention.
What is that?
I could call it the cat flapper-mat.
Oh my god.
It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
Sato!
No.
Shit.
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
Bruh.
Did she make the trapdoor in the floor?
Or she made the peephole.
No, the peephole was already there.
Yeah, the peephole was there because we saw the building before all the shit went down.
Yeah, the peephole was there.
So that seemed to be like very centered in the middle of the door in a place that makes sense with it had like a latch on it, didn't it?
Yeah, it had like a whole knob on it and
wasn't
everything.
Okay. That
I think she made a hole in the floor. I think she hid.
Not at all cryptic then. So Sato-san used
Nope.
this cat flap-a-mat that night? But why?
Fuck.
The cat flap-a-mat has been entered into the court record. What the fuck?
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already?
Sholmes faints on the
You
spot.
only get enough time to be cryptic. That's how it works.
Right.
And thank you for the 100 biddies.
Pride into the jar.
Pride
Nice.
into the jar indeed. Thank you, thank you. How does this even work? Oh, it's got like
It does look like a robot frog. Got little teeth.
It's got little teeth so it could cut out the hole. What the fuck?
It's one of those cookie cutter sharks. Like you get the eels that hang on to sharks.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh my god.
Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. Oh my fuck, it says my
Oh,
message.
that's me.
Sure does.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I have developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any door in no time at all.
Jesus.
That's terrifying.
Oh my god. And
In another game, this is the murder weapon.
Right.
what
Like
are
in
the
a
two?
different game with a different tone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
In a game that Alex would like a lot.
Mhm.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Those are for attaching things to hinges to the section of door that gets cut out.
Right. Of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
And meat.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapper match is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
So adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons. Okay, doing that shit for your cat? Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's fair. It does look like an evil frog. Okay. God damn. That's just scary. Go to
Right?
sleep.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that thing.
You fucking
ever.
clown, go to sleep. I post the VODs. You can catch up later. Go to bed.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
Holmes fucking stumbles on his way back to the stand. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
The cast is die.
Is it really?
Is it the die is cast? No, that doesn't sound right.
Cast.
That's
It
cool.
is cast. It's not like lost and
Always
tossed.
cost.
Yeah,
Cast.
cast. I don't. It's cast. It's cast.
It might be.
That's one of
I
those-
think it's probably like
one of those
different.
exceptions.
UK accents say it differently.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination.
Of the.
But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
You say that every time.
Shithead.
We've said that every time. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo,
Noodle boy. Yes?
the rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
Cry. The rest is down to me. I need to be careful
Down.
here.
It's in the floor. It's in the floor. I'm fucking calling it.
Oh my god.
If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was my gut feeling, but I wasn't positive.
My lord, the defense requests time to think.
I think we want further cross-examination here. But I'm not sure we'd be granted that.
What was the third option?
Time to think.
Hmm.
I feel like so
We just got this thing that doesn't really affect the other. Well,
okay, so
maybe for the
okay.
cross-examination.
It feels like the two things that would be possible to ask for are the summation examination, time to think, which makes me think we need to ask for further cross-examination because that's the odd one out.
That's my feeling. That's my feeling too. It's the thing that you could use the evidence you just got for.
Though you can use evidence in the summation examination, right?
Yeah, but it's more about.
If they ask for it.
But it's more about.
No, I'm more just like pointing out that it is another. I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yeah, I just don't think
Sure,
the cat flapomat's gonna do us any good with the summation examination, right?
Yes.
Because it's about convincing the jurors that there's still a question to Gina's guilt.
No, I agree. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it also just seems extremely unlikely we'd be granted further cross-examination after all of the jurors have declared the
that's the point of the
guilty.
jurors.
Yeah, I feel like we're not usually allowed further cross-examination if they all just said guilty already. So what is
Yeah.
happening here, right?
This is a weird choice, which makes me
This is mind gamesing.
which makes me think it's like they're trying to pull a fast one. I just
Also,
say
Zeke
so.
literally just Zeke literally just said like, I don't think you could change the jury's mind now.
Right.
For the
But
cross-examination.
he's gonna say that no matter what. Oh, okay, no, he's gonna say, "Nah, you can't fucking do that." There we go. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
I think it might be elongated
new
A in the
witness.
South because they say castle with an
They
elongated
say castle,
A.
right? I know about castle and
Castle.
castle being things,
Cost.
but
Yeah, I would think if they say castle, they would say cost.
is cost. But I have no idea
What?
what region Barack is supposed to be from.
What accent
all.
you're doing?
Objection.
Yeah,
If you're even doing an accent.
I think he would say castle, and not castle. So
Asshole.
Castle.
Yeah,
Yep.
asshole.
that's
The
the one.
defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
Oh, we didn't finish. We put it on pause.
Right. Because
oh,
we
that's
yeah.
right. We didn't finish our cross-examination. There we go.
What?
That's the answer.
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Oh my god.
God, what a guy.
My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt
Well-
the cross-examination.
This is actually Sherlock now.
I know.
We know.
He was still doing the bad voice
He
though.
was still doing this
Fair
voice.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Temporarily distended.
I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No. My lord.
Nobody can say anything then.
Thanks, Cyrus.
If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Creighton,
The court is obliged to allow it.
this is absurd.
I've been shot.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom.
Is it though?
It has my name on it. I
Oh.
wrote it there. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of the argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
Maybe it was the cat flap. Maybe it was the people.
Maybe there's a second flap by the floor.
If,
my God.
following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication.
Wait, that means Susato was in there? Did she crawl
Yeah, what
into
the
the ring?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't
Is that
know.
clear, counsels? You will not present the witness any further. Press the witness any.
No press. Only present.
My lord.
Yes, my lord.
My lord.
A single statement in a single piece of evidence. Most generous.
Thanks, Sholmes.
The drama.
Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell in a dead faint.
Falls over.
I leave this in your capable hands.
Only like
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what fainting looks like, bud.
I expect nothing else from this man.
Mr. Sholmes! God, just show us
Just
him
keep
on the
zooming
floor.
back until we see it.
Please!
Please show us.
Please!
Please.
Christ.
Just saying so
Succinctly?
insouciantly before the court in the state of such high fever. Either that man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Decent constitution. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Yeah, I will.
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
No, but that's okay. Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris.
Or Susato.
And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me.
There we go.
This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Great.
New cross-examination music too. This is the hey, this is the last one, you guys. Music.
Right. This is for all the beans.
This is for all the beans.
M! You're here!
Yeah, I was
For
tasked.
all the days.
M DM'd me saying, "Start speaking in my whisper voice out of nowhere. I dare you." So I did
Outed.
it.
Damn.
Alright, so it's gotta be the cat flap a minute. Like,
Yes.
But the question
Yes,
is,
of
do we present it on something, or is it a press and then
no
show?
pressing. They specifically said no press.
Can we look back at the description of the cat flap-a-mat?
Yeah.
No.
It makes the
Because
gas
I want
black.
him.
It makes a cat-sized door, so Susato could not have crawled through
In
it.
larger doors.
Small flaps in
So
larger
I wonder
doors.
if it is. No, but I mean, like the. So my theory of it being the floor. I think. I don't think that's unless that's just like pedantic nonsense. But like,
Yeah, I mean, if
think
it was
of
in
an
the
interesting
floor,
trade.
then it would just like fall. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because it's just a flap.
Yes.
It just makes like a hingey thing.
I think it means at the peephole. That she
Where
made the peephole
was-
see if-
Where was Susato?
I don't
That
fucking
night.
know.
She
can't
was
remember.
standing over Sholmes because he got shot.
Yeah.
Like she came with us,
I
right, to
thought
check it
she
out,
was.
right?
Yeah.
And then she was hanging out with Sholmes.
Wait a second.
Oh, it's not on the
There-
fucking door.
I
There's no
said it was
flap
a
in the door.
peephole.
Doesn't have a flap.
What
I
the fuck?
said it was.
I can't. This game fucking gaslit
Oh
me.
shit!
What?
No, it did have a flap after.
What?
It doesn't have a flap. When did Susato
And then it
do
dies.
that?
Oh my god, this game misdirected us so fucking hard! Holy shit!
They do a good job of putting the curtain
Jesus
over it so you don't
Christ.
question it. You don't think about it too hard.
Yeah.
Like, even the blurriness when you're doing the stereoscope shit, that's not gonna show up.
Oh my god, Susato.
Oh, fuck you! Cause it's...
Fuck.
Shit.
Oh my god, Shasta, you were right. I could have
Yeah, what
sworn
was
that
it-
that was there
what was-
when we
it was-
visited.
It was 1 o'clock and 1:30?
Yeah, 1 o'clock it's not there. At 1:30 it
Okay,
is.
Okay.
You hide that so well. What the fuck?
So you're not
Seems
looking for
fucked.
it.
Oh, that's some of the best goddamn narrative misdirection I feel like I've seen. How the fuck?
It's extremely good.
Oh
How
my
do we-
god.
It's right there.
Tasty, tasty.
What the fuck?
Holy shit. Okay. Could see him through the peephole in the door. Okay. And a black shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Saw the blood spatter. She tossed the gun out of the peephole. Okay, so which one do we... There are two statements
What's
that
the other
talk about
peephole
the
one?
peephole. There's this one, she tossed the gun out of the peephole. I picked it up and made my escape. Or, I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. I feel like
Can
it's
we
the last
present-
one.
Could we have presented the first photo on that?
Probably not.
Probably not, because it covers up enough the door that there's reasonable doubt that like the curtain could have covered up the peephole, like a peephole type thing.
Can you just go real quick through all the statements again?
While these ruffians were jostling with the
Entrance, near
broker,
entrance, okay.
went bank through Nash over
Okay,
the
you got-
counter,
you
pursued
got
the
fucked.
man, could see him through the peephole. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back. I saw the blood spatter. She tossed the gun out of the peephole. When did
Probably.
When did
Yeah,
Susato?
fuck?
When did she do that? Because we looked through the peephole. That's the thing, though.
Wait, she woke us
yeah.
up.
Oh fuck! We got knocked out.
No,
No,
she
we were
woke us up to say,
sleeping.
"Hey, she's missing."
Oh my god! Did she? What?
Or did she go with Gina?
I'm not imagining that, right? She did wake us up. I feel like I remember that.
I think it was her that. Yeah. We didn't wake up of our own accord.
And she brought us over there. Hey, she's missing. Let's go look for her. And we did.
Susato, what the fuck?
Huh.
What does that mean?
A key witness is
Well,
on
we
a
know when
boat
she
to
would've done it.
Japan.
It has to
That's
do with
what
this.
that
It has to
means.
do with the basket rolls thing because she really fucking. She
Yeah.
knows shit about it.
Yeah.
So this is important that she see it as well.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, Em.
Good night, Em.
Good night, Em.
Fuck, this is tense.
Objection!
Okay.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. In the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Haven't had a line in so long. Why, this cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't! To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
There wasn't?
Mm.
Hashtag something I need. Hi, Kier. Need a cat flap-a-mat? Could a cat flap into any door?
Alright, yeah.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
A peephole? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
Mate?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is... Chris, what are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else can I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
This is what I'm talking about, where they don't use pursuit. This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Cat flap. Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism.
Too bad she's not here.
She's on a boat.
She's
For
like
which
way
I
far away.
humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
My arm.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
It's that the filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen.
Gah.
In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! Order! Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection.
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely recognize.
Exactly, this is just some cheap trick to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
It is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
I mean, we can give it.
Do you want us to try?
Designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
We're gonna cut a door. We're gonna cut a cat flap
The
in
bench.
the courtroom door, and Waggy's
Please.
gonna come hang out with us.
Please.
Cause Waggy
You didn't do it
was
still
hanging
there.
out in the defendant's lobby, and so if we put a cat flap in the courtroom door, he can come hang out with us.
He'll come in. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. There's a cat in here.
Feeling you'd say that.
What? What? Real accent coming out. What?
She already did it?
Waggy, Kiwi, come, time for dinner. She already fucking did it.
She did it! Yes!
Oh my god. Hi, baby.
That is. Oh, God, the cat's so perfect.
Yeah.
Ah.
Best 3D animated cat. Well,
Yes!
Ah!
it's just like, what the fuck?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the Oak Paneling at the Old Bailey.
Oh, but she did.
I'm not done yet. Don't worry. I'll make another cat flap. That doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom door and the window bank was made in your machine, by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
Okay.
Do you want us to just keep... We'll do more vandalism.
We just keep dunking on you, man.
No, but it's easy.
What? What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match.
Ah!
Coincidence.
Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your eastern island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. We have it, fucker.
Sometime between 1 and 1:30 a.m. Ah,
When the murder took place.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that fact. There is no proof. and for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made. My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
I assure you it's quite base.
As my
We just looked at the pictures.
great-great-great-grandson would say.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Consul,
Don't give up now, Runa! Cocks a gun. It's the time to create your own opening and force your way through!
I don't know if I can do this. But I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. He's so cute.
Oh.
very well. Counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of the Winterbank storeroom was created after the event and not before.
So,
You fucking got it.
We want the one before, because
this one, right?
Yeah, this is the one before.
it shows that it's not there.
Yeah.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again?
I mean, I don't think the cameras are fiendish, but
Herdlock's just wrecking all your shit today, huh?
my judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wield... Oh, shit. That is correct, remember. It shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again.
God, they're only playing the anticipation part of this track and it's making me itch.
Oh, I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to this storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon.
Sorry, I tried to make a noise, it didn't register.
You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Break down, break down, break down, break down!
Oh, pirouette.
Order! Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The women tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly...
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks.
But wait. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But there's no proof that the man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
What?
Should I do a different accent for him? 'Cause
I think he's about to
clearly
snap, yeah.
Okay. I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all.
Look at this face.
But that's all. I cannot leave my mouth closed. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. No! God. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
But they also don't have any definitive proof that our defendant
She
is.
was holding a gun. They're just gonna go through their own loops.
He can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Bye, Waggy.
Isn't that right, Bruno?
I don't know what that means.
As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. Oh wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Oh. Well,
Well, either way.
no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
I'm glad Ryu said it because it's true. They didn't make any fucking sense.
He said, nope.
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
What? Huh?
What? What?
This is provocative talk, Counsel.
Hello?
Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the third gun, right?
The blood's on the coat, right?
Oh, the bloodstains on the
Oh.
coat. Right. Because he couldn't,
Oh, because she hid in there.
he wouldn't, if
He
the
wouldn't have
door
seen.
was
he would-
closed.
Then he wouldn't have seen her get covered in blood.
Right.
Yeah, the third gun could be assumed by
A hearing a
knowing where the other
gunshot.
two were.
Yeah. But the bloodstains on the coat means, yeah, because
Wait, no. The reason he was saying he knew a third gun is because she threw it out the window.
Oh, right.
There wasn't
Oh,
a window.
This might be a situation where they're just like, yeah, all of these are right. Not all of these, but, well, actually,
I think
Middle
it's
one?
I think it's gun.
people.
Hmm.
You're right. He shouldn't have known about that either.
Yeah,
he
it might,
shouldn't have known about
literally
any of
just like,
this, actually.
Any
Yeah,
of this.
game's like, haha, there's a punishment for this one, but not really, actually. I hope.
Like,
I
logically,
think
he shouldn't
people,
have known
I think
about any
people
of this.
is the safest. Because people, you would have to be there, and you can't have assumed, oh, there's going to be a peephole that's put in there later. Gun, you could say, okay, there should probably have been a third gun. Bloodstains, you could assume she probably got blood on her coat. You
People
can't
is-
assume peephole.
People is the thing we are talking about.
Right.
But I don't know anymore.
They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Yeah. peephole. The peephole then, like, cascades into he shouldn't have known about the gun, he shouldn't have known about the bloodstains. Like, the peephole
Right,
is
it all
Yeah.
goes back to the people.
the head,
It all centers around the people.
I think. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously I... Ah!
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we can get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Unless... Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that it exists and forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
That sounds like you have more to add to this testimony.
Oh, yeah, sure does. Permission denied. Gotta say shit. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
I made like 400 noises and none of them went through.
Oh. Maybe you need to change your sensitivity settings.
It hasn't been that bad. It only happened on the singular one sound things.
Yeah.
You've been cutting a bit more than usual today, I feel like.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to get I also have been a little further away from my mic, I think. I will try to get a little closer.
Might be why. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you have just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yeah, but also how else would he know? Dude.
Dude.
Would you rather I say he was just sitting in there and the inspector missed him?
Right.
My guy.
Like... Yes.
One way or another, this is bad for someone.
Right. But the defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, Counsel?
Who brought him to the court?
Gregson?
Sholmes,
Is it-
right? The bailiff.
The bailiff? Oh.
A bailiff brought him
What?
to court.
Oh.
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
I don't know.
If it's Sholmes, that's like an incredible setup.
Let's go through and narrow it down one by one.
It's not Susato.
It's not Susato.
Not Susato. Could
It's
be
not
Sholmes.
Iris.
Not
Could be
Iris.
Sholmes.
Not
Not
Windbank.
Iris.
Not,
Not Windbank.
He's dead.
Gina.
Not Gina.
Not Gina.
himself.
Not himself.
Maybe Gregson.
Gregson?
Probably not
not him.
Strongheart.
He hasn't showed up in this case, really.
It would be weird
Not
if it was
Zeke.
Zeke's and not Skulkins.
and it would
And
be
those two
it would be
didn't
both
know it
of them.
exists.
They didn't know it existed, and it would be like the game would be like both of them, right? It wouldn't
Yeah.
just be one of them.
But it's
Like,
not one of the Skulkins. So
oh god, it's really weird watching their face. It looks like their face elongating and contracting as one.
Ugh.
Oh god, that's. Mm.
Incredibly unsettling.
His ears turned into hair.
okay, so we've got
Anyway, one person.
Sholmes, Gregson.
Or Gregson.
They are trying to. I feel like Gregson is like.
I think they're trying to point us to Gregson.
He's
know,
been
I've
really
heard-
sus this whole trial.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to direct us towards Gregson, especially with his outburst
Mm-hmm.
right before this. Makes me think they were trying to give a hint.
It would make sense if he's trying to also hurry this case along.
Yeah, he also just generally doesn't want this to keep going because it's so touchy. It's like right around this like really classified shit that he's not allowed to talk about in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's not really wanted to be here this whole time. In fairness,
Right, but
why would they do that
it's
right now?
the game right before this question.
Right? Yeah.
It's not him as a person, it's him as a game mechanic.
Yeah.
I think it's gotta be Gregson.
It makes the most sense with what we've got.
I kind of wanted to be Sholmes. We'll see.
If it's not Gregson, then it's Sholmes, but that's like, what does that even mean?
I mean,
Yeah.
Sholmes was setting him up.
This
Right,
isn't
'cause
Sholmes.
Sholmes
Also,
setting him
how
up.
does Sholmes know about it? Because Sholmes has been unconscious.
I mean, he
Oh,
was.
Sholmes could be setting him up.
Yeah, Sholmes
Like,
wasn't.
he and
Sholmes knew about it.
Sholmes
Zacha
wasn't-
had in his
Yeah,
cahoots.
Sholmes wasn't unconscious when Susato put the hole in the wall.
Yeah. She might have explained a bunch to him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we'll go with Gregson first. But
Mm-hmm.
Take that!
the truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Good. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed. Preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during an hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned,
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. That's why they were whispering to each other.
Oh, right! Duh!
Oh my god.
Yeah, way back. Not way back, but like 2 weeks ago for us.
Yeah, but like right before he testified,
But
him and
Yeah,
Gregson were
yeah.
fucking like whispering back and forth.
they were in cahoots. For some reason.
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information
Yeah.
so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Yeah. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage!
It's a bloomin' onion.
Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess to any case. In any case. I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? It was like, tone matters.
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the prom bakery.
Which means
It happened on the stand.
the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
But they did!
But they did.
But they did.
Literally
Y'all
right
talking
in
about
front
something
of
over there?
all of us, and we were like,
We
"Y'all got
addressed
some-"
it.
We were like, you got something to say? No?
You're like, no, it's
No? No? You don't?
That's something you want to share with the
Okay.
class?
You want to share? Yeah.
I've just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion.
Yeah, people.
It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
1, 2, 3, 4. You little toe rag! You're making us all up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that?
Why would you do something like that, Gregson?
Yeah, why? Seriously, why would?
In front of the court?
He wanted this to be a one and done so that they didn't have to dig into the government
Right.
secrets that are right here.
Why would I be giving away confidential details to this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Oh, the disc!
The second disc.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck!
Didn't chips.
Chips.
Oh, there's so much oil that they've got to wipe off of it now.
Ugh. So slimy.
Or the chip pocket.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well, I...
Objection!
This is so spicy.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I'm really good at it. I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
So what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
They look like they're about to start. They're the select screens in a fighting game right there.
Right.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Would it
Disc.
be the
Yes.
disc? Be the box?
Probably.
Probably the disc.
Does the disc
right?
or the box say that there's two? Does
Wait,
the
does the
box
box
need two?
mention they're needing another?
This strange music box appears to be able to play a single tone.
Okay, so neither of them mention the other disc, so I think either of them's probably fine.
Right.
I would think.
I think
I would hope.
probably the disc.
Because you're showing him like a disc. He has the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that, like, we can open. We can open. But it didn't add it to, like, the description the last time we did this.
Mm-hmm.
Also produces a single tone. The length of the teeth of the two curves is the same. I don't remember getting this dialogue.
Single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Did we not?
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two notes.
I think that's the after you've already presented it dialogue.
Okay.
After we've
Like
already
you've
looked
already
at it once.
realized
Because
this
we've been
exists.
over these talking points.
It's the
Right?
now it exists. Now you get to find out what it is.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How the bleeding Nora could you...
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
That... You little... Ah!
Ah,
There are so
That's
many
it.
fries on the ground behind him.
We did
It's
it!
just so many.
Order, order, order.
The ground is so slippery. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
Sholmes fell on them, so there's potatoes smushed into the carpet.
I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Miss McGilded down to the yard. Thank you very much.
sorry.
So hand it over.
No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time. Isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, blimey, not likely. I wasn't sure of that myself. I realized there was a possibility. That's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Ah!
Objection!
That was muted.
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Yeah. Wait. What? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution.
He wouldn't have given the information if he didn't have the disc in hand.
He wouldn't do it for a promise.
Yeah. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No. He would have insisted on it having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession?
It's in the chips.
Yes. The second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes!
Yes.
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector?
Show it to us, bitch.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put the matter to to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
Where did
Because
you
he knows
put
they
it?
won't.
Did you put it in
He
your
knows
hat?
they won't search his chips.
It's in his hat.
Did he give it to somebody? Did he give it to Sholmes?
Or he stuck it in his notebook. No, they would have.
No. Did he give it to Nash? Did Nash take
No,
it?
Nash stole it.
It's in Nash's
earlier.
pocket.
When they had that.
When Nash stole his shit. No, wait, no. We actually... Gregson said that Nash tried to steal from him. Nash didn't say that he tried to steal from Gregson. Did Gregson...
Oh, Nash said he
store
turned
it
and
on
started
Nash's
shaking
person?
me. Yeah.
Yeah,
He put it on Nash.
he fucking... oh my god, yeah, he's
fucking
hit it on
planted
Nash.
it on Nash
God.
when he just like fucking
That's-
went at him.
That's fucking smooth.
What the fuck?
Gregson, you
Gregson!
bitch.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend.
You teeter.
Stop downgrading me, asshole.
teeter.
I'm not gonna call you my friend anymore.
You know, he wouldn't say teeter, right?
T-Tech.
No, you're right. I was just,
No, but it's just funny imagining, right?
Teeter.
You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
Just threatening Runa because you're scared.
I love her. She's such a little child. You're just
You're just a
scared.
bitch. The accusation is beyond. Oh boy. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Can I...
We're ahead of this.
Counsel,
please.
you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone
someone
else! Search someone
Yes,
else!
yes. Oh my God, we can
someone
big brain this.
Please,
Holy
please,
shit.
Please, yes.
We can save it. We can get this shit.
Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Wait, I said search someone else,
very
right?
well then.
I think you did. I think
Either I
we
think-
might have a chance.
Bailiff,
Okay, there it is, there it is.
There. Yeah, nice.
Slip. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
Yes. What? Nandato. How is all this then? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
Meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine?
I thought everything froze.
Me too!
I looked away for just a second. 'Cause I was like,
Gregson
that's my
lost
line. The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Six?
Be quiet, all of you. Be quiet, all of you.
No?
Nope.
No.
Iris?
Iris!
Be quiet! Oh, Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
She's saying be consistent, bitch.
You're all getting scolded by a 9-year-old. She's not 9. I don't remember how old she is. She's
I
9.
think
12?
11?
I think she's
10.
10.
10.
A
I think she's
child!
10.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in all of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words.
That sounds patronizing.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not
Jack
mistaken
is like, no,
about
please,
the things
search me,
I've seen
search
in
me.
court today.
Yeah, he knows we're onto him.
I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
Take that!
Yeah.
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Lying me?
Me?
Him?
Me?
Very well then. Bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal affairs.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Why are you objecting, Inspector?
Yeah, dude.
Inspector.
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Oh man, there's nothing else he can do.
Yeah. You're toasted.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah!
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Ah!
Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Cut it out! Leave me alone, what the fuck? Ah! Ah!
Yeah, my lord. In the witness's pocket, I found this.
Good lord.
Fucking
Let's-
nailed it. Yeah.
Hell yeah, hell
We
yeah.
got this shit.
I do smart sometime.
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing!
Muffin.
Did you see how I love the shocked face on little guy?
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Ah!
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc! Honest to God!
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is the fuck going on here?
He wouldn't say fuck. Judge wouldn't say
He
fuck.
would. But I needed to.
The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without
You'd
question,
say
my
bloody
lord.
hell. Look at that one in there.
Yeah.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
It's nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. He didn't know. I mean, nothing was gonna fall clean off. I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother. I was. Thick a neck.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He suddenly just turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when he got to down the station? That's what he said. He held it right down the ear, he did. Ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He hid it.
Well, bless my wig.
You.
But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here.
To be able to deny that a deal was struck.
If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in the man's pocket?
I mean, also Gregson could have just left.
This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
No.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
Judge is never paying attention.
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
I shush. Top secret assignment, is it?
As we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Oh, what does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly. Please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly an Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination.
Maybe we should just play the tapes.
However,
Oh God.
there's no proof that I passed this disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
Excuse me?
Sir,
I
you're
know.
suspected of
What?
murder!
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit.
God, fuck you.
As
Murder,
the attorney.
leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of this is all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. He is very fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. I have no idea what's happening.
You. What?
He's gonna break down that
Well-
wall.
What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Of course not.
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice.
Ooh, that's not a denial.
So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when you're making your decisions.
That's him saying I did it, but I'm not gonna say
But-
that in that many words.
Yeah. And also, please God, this is kind of important.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. I'm just very nearsighted.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in us. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now.
Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then We're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Let's play the discs. Let's do it.
Well then, Council. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no?
I think the discs are for the next game.
But it is unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
I'm positive.
If I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
No, they're Twist and Bruno. You have to throw some evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon?
What evidence do we have?
What were the two? Can we go over in the logs where it says, like, can you look at the logs right now? I don't know if you can. Where like he says either we have to or we have to. No, I think
Too
it's
far,
pretty-
too far.
way too far. Yeah, like we just had it.
I think Levi just want the exact wording of our.
We have to
like,
either prove that he killed him or
just
that.
like the very last thing, like from a second
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, yeah.
Down.
Guys,
Okay.
I know.
Alright.
I wanted to
Okay,
look
we
back
thought you were
and
looking
see
for
what
that.
I wanted to see what Gregson said specifically.
Oh, sorry. We thought you were doing that specifically, and weren't like you didn't. We didn't know that that's what you were looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you only opened it when Levi said so. We thought. Yeah.
Right. And then I scrolled up because
Yeah,
I
cool.
wanted to read through all of it.
Cool. Okay.
Right, because Graydon just... lied in my testimony. That's all I admit. Murder, government secret, striking a deal. I have no idea what any of that is about. He flat out denied everything. Gregson didn't. He said whatever he's doing, he's acting in the name of justice. Which is not denying that he made a deal. It's saying he did it. Okay. Justice will be your guiding light. So, proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole the government secrets, or evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Proof that Graydon killed Winterbank or stole the secrets, or forced Gregson into admitting he struck a deal.
Is it back to the image of the box moving? No, that doesn't prove that though, because that's just the box that that can be used to listen. It's not the actual disc. All right.
Cat.
Cat.
We present Gina's papers to him like, this isn't justice, you doofus.
This music is literally too good that I stopped focusing on the evidence because I was too distracted by how good it was. We even like, I can't believe we missed that because we even like had a point where we were looking for differences. Like earlier in the case.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like,
Yeah, it's like right under like the time difference and everything. I feel so ghastly. Do we not have the two pictures that indicate that were the other two images from the other camera?
no,
Where it showed that the box moved?
those were not evidence.
It's the flap of it!
Okay.
I'm fucking obsessed with the phrase cat flap-a-mat. Good god, it's so funny.
The
Proving that
only-
either he killed him or Gregson made the deal.
So there are two.
No,
there are
that-
two conditions. Two conditions for
We could possibly
for
meet.
Graydon. Either prove something to prove that he killed Windibank, or that he was dealing in secrets. That he was part of the secret leaking, or something to make Gregson admit to the deal. I'll be honest, Shasta. Presenting our fucking lawyer papers to Gregson is not a terrible idea.
Yeah, I was thinking that because justice is highlighted in red. We're being like, this isn't justice, you dumbass.
What were the papers?
Genus.
Because why else would we still have them? I
Can we
mean,
look
it
at
could
those?
be garbage, but
I'm gonna look Gregson in the eye and say, do you want this young girl to die because of you?
right.
You're doing this.
Right.
All right, we're gonna
What
save.
was the? Can we?
I think I already saved, but I'm gonna save again.
But this is when we oversave. Part of me thinks maybe this is where we get fucked, and we don't have something, and we have to leave it to the jury. I don't feel like any of our evidence is like nearly direct enough for either of these three conditions.
Right. For Gregson's, it's presenting something that will make him admit.
Yeah, I took a picture of the log and I'm looking at it right now. Like
something to make him admit that he made this deal. And his entire like non-denial was about doing what was right for justice.
Yeah. So this is like I think reasonable, but it still feels
it's a little tenuous,
like
but it's also the only thing we have that would like question his decision, that would send this child to prison for murder. So I think we're gonna try that. And then if that doesn't work, then
It also could be leave it to the jury.
leave it to the jury, yeah.
my prediction is that if we get this wrong, it's going to bring us back to this menu. To be like, hey, you can do the other one.
Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
What was that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
No, they're wanting us to look at the discs.
Oh, that definitely feels like they're alluding to looking at the disc or the music box.
Yeah. Well, go on.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Yeah, this very much feels like a present the music box now.
Take that!
Okay. Yeah.
Is that Mr. McGill's peculiar music box, Counsel?
I
was talking about the pictures that showed the music box, but that didn't work.
We do just have the music box.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what my instinct said, but I was like, I don't want to coerce him. That feels fucked up.
It feels mean. It's like, hey, Gracie, we're gonna reveal your government secrets.
Like, ultimately, he's doing his job, and we have to do ours.
Yeah, this just doesn't feel like my job, you know?
Yeah, this objectively is not our job.
Right.
Well, in a roundabout way.
We're a defense attorney, right? Like, we're doing almost a prosecutorial role or investigative role at this point.
Yeah.
But like, if we don't do this, then Gina's fucked.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there should be more people on Gina's side than just us.
Right.
Yeah,
but
she should not be fucked. But
hi,
she
Izzy.
is.
We're at the climax of the case.
Hi, Izzy. Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Number 2.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel.
Hold it!
No! Wait! I can't let you do that!
Why? Why not?
Why?
Why not?
Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
I feel like it does. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here.
Oh, we are?
If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. I ain't
We're
British, you fuck.
We're not British citizens. We can do whatever we want.
Why is the twink bleeding? Because he got shot in the arm and didn't go to the hospital.
Or he got like grazed by a bullet.
And then he kept dancing.
And then he kept flailing around and ripped his wound open. And do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
What?
It just says like the Queen sucks eggs. Like that's just like the entire Morse code message.
The Queen is entering a new phase.
Oh my god, the Queen's gonna be in Jackass.
Queen's gonna be a jackass. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of.
Damn right.
My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Vantix. For Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. So in this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
Yes!
Yes, my boy. No!
Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel.
Let's commit treason.
Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, we have deniability that this has government secrets, as it has not been fully admitted to.
It's true. That is quite true.
The court will now listen to this music box Now listen as this music box is set in operation once more.
Yeah.
Camera.
This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Yes. 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 Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that box up.
Bloomin' box.
I miss bloomin' box up.
It's got flowers in it.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc?
What's the pun in Ashley Graydon?
Ash Gray?
That's great, yeah.
It's a color.
Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbrokery storeroom door, Inspector?
People. That's a people.
I did.
What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in this stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up!
Oh, that's him.
That's you.
You there. That's you, Lebo, right?
No,
Oh.
that's Graydon.
You're the
Graydon
detective who
initiated.
turned up at the pawn... You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. At this very moment! How about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge.
Does he know
Not
what it is?
under any circumstances. He might. So I accepted the man's proposal, and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder.
Yeah, that's not cool, man.
Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. Ooh.
You
Ooh!
traitor!
Oh shit!
Christ!
Oh
The chip
my
out of his mouth?
god!
I think it's just like more of the wood came off.
Bailiff!
Oh yeah, no, a chip.
Bailiff! Restrain that man!
You're totally right.
There's a chip in his mouth that just went.
Yeah.
Once!
Oh my god! Holy shit!
That was great.
Fucking brutal.
That was
He's attaching
fantastic.
more murder.
That's it then. It's all over.
I think this is.
This is Graydon.
Yeah.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying. to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try and sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
A fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took a great length to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services.
That's why he got killed.
Damn! It was the first time since I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. How old is he? Oh shit.
20s, right?
Yeah, he's in his 20s. He wants to be Milverton.
Who wants to be Miles' dad? No take.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
My voice already hurts from doing Judge too much.
He was a different man from the one in my He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason.
$27. So he left when he was 17.
Okay, so he left home at like 16, 17.
Yeah.
So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the
Me.
public.
This is
Oh,
me.
whoops. Yep, hard to tell.
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I have brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's
how I had him make the two discs.
thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
Man, Ashley, that sucks. It's because you went to... He's the one who made the discs, so he needed to die. That's what Magnus thought.
Damn. Damn.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
Oh my lord.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Oh no, guys, this is gonna make me sad.
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
Oh man.
He definitely, this is weird music, right? Because he had to make it.
Right.
The hell is this?
Well, the thing is that this was a specific different music box that only had... Right, it only had one note on it, right?
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
even
Two,
what would
but-
look like a fairly normal music box, plate would be really, it's only weird because of the machine it was played on.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it.
God. Damn, Graydon, your greed got your dad killed.
He had no idea what was on the actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night.
Man, that sucks.
All I know is that the disc was taken from him. And he never returned home. Rise. It was only then I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name.
He killed McGilded.
Yeah. He set fire.
To exact revenge.
He set that fire.
Damn.
His fucker.
Revenge.
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial.
Listen, dude, how was I supposed to know?
The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
And assigning...
We got here and were handed a trial and had like 3 hours to
we
prep.
literally
Of
arrived.
a man that's very famous we'd never heard of.
Right.
I don't think he's aiming to blame us right now, actually.
No, it's just very funny. This
No,
is
but
like,
it-
We'll see.
I
Yeah.
think he's blaming
We
us
just
a little
stumbled
bit.
into this.
I think he's...
Yeah.
He has made it perfectly clear that he does, in fact, blame us in previous statements. My feet had barely
Yeah, right.
touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
Sorry, I muted myself for a moment. I knocked my mic over. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had showed me that.
Are you saying that...
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
He did...
That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago
Holy shit.
was planned and executed by yours truly.
Gilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
This officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
I just thought that, yeah. Oh, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Fucking hat.
So that policeman who came to tell him that Gilded he could examine the omnibus again.
Oh my god. Yeah. Wasn't actually.
That's right. An imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He hired people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell.
God, that's so hardcore.
Yeah, like,
He just burned this man alive.
I respect it.
An eye for an eye.
Christ.
That's how I avenged my father's death.
Yeah, Judge.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end.
Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs. The music and the music you need to play them. Music box you need to play them.
Oh, look at that now. What a genius little invention. Then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery.
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye.
For you. For ye.
For you.
He did say for ye, right?
He did say it for I'm assuming it's meant to be like a for ya.
For ye? For
But
ye?
it did say ye.
Yeah.
Ye.
Whatever.
No, my brain went that the meme of the dinosaur. Sorry.
Oh.
Yes.
There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for ye. I'm gonna keep saying ye, it looks like ye.
Ye.
For ye. For ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it. So it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery be used quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. You know? God damn it. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
Just say it however it comes out. It's fine.
Now y'all got me thinking about it. And you're
Stop
probably right.
Thinking.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, the pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, and that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat, and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was still missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, We'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box in the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. When Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
Doing in my shop?
Bang.
Thanks, Ringo.
A gunshot rang out in this shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The shop and sharp. The sharp shop.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
His own gun.
Bah.
Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately, for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled to the storeroom for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night.
Fuck.
Look at his posture, he's so different now.
He's got an infection.
He's defeated.
he's delirious.
Yeah. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster.
He's just like... He's deflated. He's one of the... It's like he was like one of those inflatable, like...
Wacky waving inflatable arm
Yeah.
tube man.
Those
Yeah.
beans.
And he's just like lost... He's just like lost all will to be that pompous asshole.
Well, he got punctured, so the air is escaping. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder.
Rip.
What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes. I think I have.
And you know what else it is? He broke his walking stick.
It's true.
Oh,
Well,
Maybe he was leaning on the whole time.
maybe actually needed, yeah.
well, Miles,
Well,
we watched that twink get destroyed.
We did
We
like the
really
twink get
did.
destroyed! Good God, we did!
well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
God, I just know they're gonna fucking dump Asogi on us.
He's been restrained,
right
my
at the
lord.
end of this game. They're gonna do it. He's gonna come back and we're gonna be like, God, we gotta wait for Alex now. Shit. Fuck.
He's being escorted alright,
Sorry.
to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank. It's alright, we're recovering, it's fine.
Fuck.
And the stealing of government secrets.
Shit.
Very good.
I just wanna see my boy again.
And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
No, come on, they'll suspend his charges. What are you talking about?
Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Gregson's not allowed to be in Rush Hour 2.
How do the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade?
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Aerodep Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah.
The assassin was absolutely a fucking red herring the entire goddamn time.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
You finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Thank you, Susie was right! You're the best lawyer in the world!
No.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Yeah. What? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not?
Under duress.
And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillet's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
In turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Oh, you're praising me? That wasn't expected.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast.
I don't trust you.
I don't trust anything that's happening here.
To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire
Yep,
courtroom.
there it is.
That's funny, though.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so...
What's her?
That's the Morse code lady. It's gotta be.
For sure,
If I may say something on that point... Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What?
What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Makes sense why she has a couple of dashes and a dot on her glasses, then.
Oh my god.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
I wonder if they were.
Have
I wonder
her
if the discs were
hyperfixation.
put in the wrong sides.
That's what I was just. I was thinking, Molly.
That's what
yeah.
that's what I was thinking as we were like playing it the first time. I was like, I bet
Oh
you.
shit! Really?
I bet you we're because the way they were playing together was very weird. Like it didn't sound like Morse code. But Gregson was like, oh my god, stop, fucking stop. Oh shit, stop.
Please don't. Please no. Please no.
That we didn't get a chance
was
to
enough
like
for him.
listen to it, but like when it was going, it like really didn't sound like Morse code. But I was like, as long as he talks, I'm not gonna say anything.
It could also just not sound like Morse code because there's no difference in, like, note length.
Yeah. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. Meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I tell you these discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? I was gonna react like that if he didn't. If you are you off your nut? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
God, but come on, I'm so curious. But it's really gonna bother me. I wanna know so bad.
Iris knows. She's got
Miss
it.
Lestrade,
Yeah? me lord?
Is there a Morse code equivalent in other languages?
Oh.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe?
Like what
What
you
if
have
it's,
seen
what if it's
today.
Morse code for Japanese or something?
Could be.
Or Russian.
Or Russian.
Or Russian? Yeah, true.
But what you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on. Ain't nothing I didn't see most days back in the slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. God, what am I doing? Gina.
Your best.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. World ain't fair, but if you want to change, you gotta start home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I will say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
I wouldn't go that far.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winderbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Not guilty.
Gumshoe's ancestors.
Fireworks in the courtroom.
Oh, she's doing it!
Gina!
Hell yeah!
Lights the building on fire.
That's
and
such a
everyone
great
dies.
final detail.
that is all. Court is adjourned.
Man, what time is it? We've been here since 10 a.m. Oh. No.
Oh, we're just standing here.
We're just gonna chill here with.
We're gonna stare down.
We're gonna stare down
With sexual
Mr.
tension.
Seeks.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
As another Eastern friend is from East London.
Ah.
He has to clarify.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman.
Mm.
And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
Okay, that's where I thought that he was going with that statement. I was like, maybe he just means like you're not from England, so it's kind of incredible that you were able to pick up on that so fast.
And yeah, the culture is very different.
This is like one of the least racist
At
things
this
he said
point.
about
Right.
about Ryanowski being
He also
It was
did
just a dangerous start.
Yeah.
first time he said Far Eastern instead
Yeah.
of
And
like student or whatever.
or
like,
yeah,
like,
not just like Nipponese or learned or student.
yeah, it was a step up. It was a step up.
We have come
there's like one ounce more respect than there was.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
This step is an inch higher.
Yeah, we've
Yes.
we've taken a little
The,
dropper.
the bar is no longer on the floor.
Right.
You could drive
He's-
like a Matchbox car under there now.
Right. If the respect he had for us was held in a beaker, he took a little like eyedropper and put like maybe like 2 drops into our respect beaker.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
He admits it.
Yeah.
You did.
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
There it is.
There it is. 5 years ago. Through you, I hoped to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today. About total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Okay. All
You can
right.
ask, but I'm not going to tell you.
We haven't leveled up enough in friendship to get to that point.
All right. Then I'll wait for that day, if I must.
We're not friendly enough and I haven't drank nearly enough wine.
I have to drink a lot of it. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. It was gonna be with Cosma.
Yeah.
So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow.
Damn.
Until we meet again.
Hell
We're
yeah.
One
we're a
more
fellow
drop.
now.
Yeah.
We're no
That was
longer
great.
condescended
was so-
upon with friend.
I was so into that conversation.
That was like the most human thing we've seen from Zeke so
Yeah,
far by a
absolutely.
significant amount. That was really interesting. Like, also the idea that like part of the reason he's been approaching us with such like aggression is that like somebody really hurt him and he was trying to find justification
Mhm.
and understanding for that, and that's so fucked up, but
Mhm.
way more interesting than I thought this was gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
that's actually a much more interesting framework to establish for a character like this.
Mhm.
I can't wait to figure out what the fuck it means.
5 years ago.
It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to?
She's listening to it. She's gonna pawn it. She has an idea.
She might also be checking on her luck.
Oh,
True.
congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well,
He's so cute.
you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as old as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
It means I understand in Japanese. It's just a word.
No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. Figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes. I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I've worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks.
Love her.
She's so cute. No! Stop it!
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke.
Just bring him back!
You're right, Molly. They brought him back.
No!
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client.
Stop it!
And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
Give me my boy! Give me my cousin! He's not dead! After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption? Probably.
It's Herlock.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But what the deuce does a man have to do to be notified around here, my dear fellow?
He's been hiding behind us the whole time. You'll see. We're not fast enough to turn around and see him.
Oh, wait, he's one of the bailiffs, isn't he, again? Right.
The bailiff that has a
Herlock.
pipe, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize.
Yeah, I mean, Herlock is the bailiff. I think Izzy was talking about Kazuma.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ah, that voice.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity.
I mean, you didn't have to.
Wait, then where's Iris?
Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me.
See about this?
But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
Ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see.
God fucking damn it, dude. Christ. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Sholmes, you fucking ate shit in the middle of court.
That was just all the drugs they put me on.
Oh.
I'm not wounded. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
You fucking blackmailed the doctor into letting you go.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures.
Fucking blackmailed his doctor to leave.
That's hilarious.
Amazing.
Jesus.
That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you.
At you. Tip my hat at you.
Hmm.
Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
And willing to sacrifice all love. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Oh, well. That bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true.
We know.
So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
He did the cold hands thing.
He
I
did the
expected
cold
him to
hands
hug you.
thing.
And in some way, I suppose. Congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? What's so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial of that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little... precarious.
Fuck off. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh. The Reaper, you mean? So anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Why bring it up? Yeah, well, don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean... like... God?
Yeah, they had to capitalize the I in im.
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like in the inside. He won't got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter, water rotten to core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it.
It is very funny that they capitalize him.
Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGills of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi! Just give him a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
Hey, how long have you been here?
fucking falls on the ground.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But, wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room, dressed as a bailiff. But these adults didn't notice my presence at all! They had no idea.
You were a bailiff, sir?
Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
Sure, really?
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
Oh, fuck. Iris!
Just gonna be honest.
funny.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
God damn.
The head hang.
I'll be careful.
Ouch.
Shasta A+ delivery.
Oh, man.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna... Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You were Judge Patter. Got some stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk trotter stuff, what was in lug, blah. laugh. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, that's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I want to do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
Wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it.
Oh wait, if Gregson's gonna be in jail or like
Is
not an inspector
Gina-
anymore, is she the
Gina's gonna
detective
be-
or
Inspector?
Gina's
I was
gonna
thinking that
be
that
our
was probably
Lestrade.
Inspector Lestrade? Yeah, like
Mhm,
he's gotta be.
Finally. What is it?
Fuck, that's a great setup.
Yeah.
God, I
was
hope
wondering
so.
when that was gonna happen.
Aww. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah,
Fucking
indeed.
shoots him in the face.
Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh,
Yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
yeah. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. No!
God, I love you so much.
Thank you for everything you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina.
We're gonna get a cliffhanger now, right?
Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside.
Oh God, what does the paper
I
say?
brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page.
Damn, quick work.
The pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
The printing press is next door.
You're right.
You should have shown this to Gina. Iris, she would have been thrilled.
Oh, silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Oh God, not again.
Oh. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Harley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
Oh, Charles. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped! It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Oh boy, the bad news is gonna suck.
Great. That's
Boats
that's
sank.
the good news.
No, Miles, shut the fuck up.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
All right then. What's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy.
No.
Fuck.
Are you fucking? Oh wait, no, do you mean she didn't leave?
Maybe they
Did they
turned
not
around.
leave?
I think they left, but they might have turned around. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Susie.
This is good
Wait.
news.
So she's still in Dover.
Dover.
That's right! If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
That was your bad news? Iris. But
Well,
there won't
Sherlock
be a
won.
train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto?
Mr. Jones?
I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner.
Run!
And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I
So,
don't.
eh?
No, it's all.
The great detective does it again. Yeah, it's a fish.
Ah, indeed he does.
Good ass fish.
I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles.
What?
I love that we're learning at the end of this game that Sherlock gets around because of blackmail.
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he aptly laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Jones, please. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Maybe a good idea.
To London, Victoria!
Next game's gonna start with a murder on a train.
Do some Murder on the Orient Express shit. Oh, pretty.
It's 5:32 a.m.
Yeah, damn.
Port of Dover, quayside. Susato.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat might be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Susie! Over there!
I love you.
Look!
I knew we'd see her again.
It looks like she's reading something.
You were right. I didn't think
She does
so.
that a lot.
That's a big book.
Hold it!
No, don't throw it. Okay.
Miss Susato,
Jesus.
wait! What are you doing?
Take down.
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
Fucking awful. It went well. She was acquitted. Why did you make the cat flap in the door, though?
Wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Because the door was locked, she wanted to see in, I assume.
Oh, possible.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. Not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the people, Miss Usato.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime. And then I tried to hide that fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
It's me.
It's me.
How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Just a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh my
Such
god. It was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
To return it. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve.
My big-ass kimono sleeve. Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop later that night. A bit later that night.
I see.
You were sleeping with it in your sleeve?
Apparently.
Big sleeves. And then,
Wow.
bang.
Stop.
Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruto.
Right.
After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think... That door started to play on my mind.
Storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door.
Pictured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus
The trial of
and
Magnus.
Gilgis.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized... it'd be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Oh.
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that. So it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone. Not even to the police.
I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means to escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of
My
everything.
plan.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So, Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake. And Miss Lestrange's.
Mr. Sato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime.
Man.
Fair
Turn it up, Trump
enough.
lives.
But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. Judicial assistant. I hate that word so much.
I mean, hard to say in a Japanese
Judicial
accent, I'm
assistant. In any accent.
sure. Oh, yeah.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too. From my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrange's freedom has been assured.
Yes,
Bless you.
exactly. It's chilly out.
Indeed.
Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo.
Exactly.
What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications.
Code within a code.
No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
Yeah, there we go.
In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Oh,
Oh,
you
fuck,
know
you
what
can
it
get a
you know what
copy
it
of one of
says,
them.
Sholmes?
There's Iris. Hey. So, Key?
Soki!
Fuck.
No.
So, Key?
What?
Holy fuck.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Holy fuck, dude.
So that was me.
I need a second. Hold on. Okay.
So,
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Naruhodo screams.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something?
Fuck.
Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
You brilliant.
Transcribed
Oh my
it on
God.
the fly? She really is a genius. Yes.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it.
My boy.
Oh my lord. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Yo!
was.
I fucking... I said that!
You.
Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code. Not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages. Fuck yeah!
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
We collectively have almost all the brain cells.
Yeah, we have like a collection of brain cells we kind of pass around.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
That's right! I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but of course I also committed that shit to memory because I'm a genius. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Susato's like, I know
Yes,
Morse
yeah.
code.
Yeah,
Would you let me see that? I've got this book that has everything in it.
Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying
Of
it.
course she does. She's the best judicial
course it is.
assistant.
They also have
Because I'm quite
collectively
sure
all of
Morse
the
code
brain
will
cells.
become ever more important for international communications.
Diversification of our skill sets. A perfect collection.
Fucking 20 intelligence.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Fuck you, Sholmes. That's not important.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
What does it say?
Of course!
Scream!
There, this is the fuck.
You
This
have
is
to
the
get on the
cliffhanger.
boat.
I fucking told you this is the cliffhanger.
Susato, you have to tell us.
I want her to get on the boat and have to yell it to us. But what can this possibly mean?
I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So, So the British Empire's been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4.
Four
Four.
names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Is it Susato, us, and then the cop man
Kazuma
who's disappeared for
Asogi.
the entire game?
Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
We don't know
I
shit.
don't think we know any of those.
Fuck is that? Yeah.
I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregerson.
Yeah.
Oh!
This is the list of people who are involved in this like investigation.
Oh, A Shin is the person who betrayed Von Zieks.
It must be. Must be, right?
Probably.
Gregson. Gregson.
Oh, it would have seemed that Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name,
Oh no, Susato. Oh no, the last name is gonna be
Watson?
Watson.
her dad, or Watson.
What's the matter, Miss Susato? That's why the
Oh,
color
she doesn't
drained
wanna
out
say it
of
in
her
front of
face,
Iris.
because she doesn't want to say anything.
It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name, J. Wilson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
yep,
now
yep,
we gotta
yep,
explain
yep.
to this tiny child that her dad's dead.
What?
Wilson?
Sherlock knows.
Yeah.
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh, and is that what the
It only
Hounds of the
says J.
Baskervilles
Wilson.
was about?
So I'm afraid I can't be sure.
The Hounds of the Baskervilles was about that case.
5 years ago.
Fuck. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
Could there be more?
It could, yeah, I think there's more to the message. It was probably like that is all 4 who were involved in.
Right.
2 of them are dead, 1 we don't know.
Is it possible that the Kei Asogi is actually like Asogi's like father or something?
Maybe.
Like it
Possible.
doesn't confirm that
This
it's
was 5
Cosmo.
years. How long ago was Cosmo?
Yeah,
How
5
old was
years
Cosmo?
ago. Cosmo was
Cosmo's
like,
like 22 or 23 or something.
It would
yeah.
have been 17?
Right. So like what I'm saying is maybe his like secret mission was to come here and figure out what happened.
Right.
That would make sense.
Right.
Yeah,
and
'cause it was-
because I don't think he's been here before.
I don't
So
think
if this is related to 5 years ago, right, then it would be
Yeah.
a different Kei Asogi.
Right, but still Asogi, and still K Asogi.
Right. Because Asogi is the surname, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
That's what all the names have been done in this game.
Right.
Like,
I just
Right. Mm-hmm.
can't believe it. Who would have ever thought those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Rue come from?
Yeah, real close.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, so
Oh,
his
sad.
body's
well-
still there, probably. No, it's not very likely, really, is it?
Mm,
I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
that'd be way too coincidental, right?
it actually would be very funny, though, if there's an unrelated J. Wilson.
Professor John H. Wilson. visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Oh, somebody's gotta take a boat.
We're all four gonna
Look
take
for
a
geese.
Maybe
Oh
a
dear.
t-shirt?
The ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
I mean, she's gotta.
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Were you going to sing?
I wasn't. I just accidentally did it in the right tempo and tone.
We wish you a safe
Thank you
passage.
so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Please,
Mr. Naruhodo?
come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
In at least 4 months. Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I've made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
Promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah,
Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
well, I'll be
I'll be
waiting for
for
you,
you then.
Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Burya when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
Not very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
He's not dead! It's not allowed! Miss Sato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
I hope your dad's okay.
Yeah.
Let one person have a dad.
Shoot Takumi, please.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Wagi!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
I was kidding.
So cute.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
He just whips it out from nowhere.
Right.
After all.
Who the fuck was that?
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
The goodest boy. Oh, hey.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
Oh, Jesus.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Huh? Huh?
Classic.
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato,
You were defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes?
yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
One word.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes! I love Bruno's words. And I just know just the one he'll use here.
Objection. Then, I really must say... Objection!
Are we gonna do the endgame run through all the people?
Yeah.
Hope so. Thank you, Shu! Thank you!
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you you can tell the Ace Attorney theming, the Ace Attorney 4 theming was the one with my.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired I had ordered them all myself, so I advertised them for sale used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
Jesus.
Sholmes invents eBay.
What a guy.
Yeah. For all these great character designs.
I haven't slept a wink. The manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
Thank you, yes.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah,
They're
yeah.
going to go through everyone and give them all something to say.
Yeah,
have
they
forgotten a lot of
usually
the
do.
voices.
Witness! Your testimony is riddled with contradictions!
Exactly! Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves!
Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man. Or you calling my son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Petty arguments. Forgot we were doing American accents right in here.
Petty arguments.
In here. Petty arguments.
I did the same thing at first. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
All I did was give why guy's
Austin
offspring? This man brings his kitten on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Sorry, it froze. I only got like Mega High's off,
Also,
and I'm like, what?
You cut out when you started screaming.
He was very good.
You know that fits too.
Yeah.
Scientific investigation with the gold standard for policing the new age.
Policing the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
We're not done with you yet, sir.
No.
And we gotta figure out who's...
Absolutely not.
We'll get Alex back to voice Strongheart next time.
Yeah.
And who the fuck was that clown?
Oh, yeah, right?
Oh,
The latest Rand's magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
Got tea now?
Her ladyship puts me to shame.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
He's also been up to some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old tailbird. Must say, battling with those bully stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Housemaid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
The dicky peg. I hope he wears the maid outfit while he cleans.
Please, God.
My Rolly is back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped applicants, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh,
What a couple.
God, I wish that were me.
They are adorable.
Very
I they're equally, sappy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for Nada, so it ain't too boring. It's always going on about all them cases what Sean's looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Foreshadowing!
God, that's such a cool way to do this.
Yeah, right. Like the prequel to Lestrade, as we should know them. Oh, hey, we get one for you?
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Get over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. The Ash we used to know.
We got theoretical probabilities Koga's book, right? The three Muscawasits.
You, what?
Look at the neighbor of Falsworth.
What?
Musketeer joke.
The three
That was not what I
Muscawasits.
You have no
These
regrets
guys.
about getting your dad fucking killed?
Apparently.
Alright, buddy. I guess he has no regrets over killing the Gilded over it.
Yeah, I think it's more like he had no regrets over
Yeah.
everything, all the stuff that got him caught.
His part in it, he had no problem with.
Past 6 months have been a life been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Coming to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
She's so good.
God, she's perfect.
We're gonna zoom in on
Where's
the
that doll?
Dharma. No.
Oh, no, next to it.
Aw,
Fuck
That's
yeah.
so cute. That's
I love
so
shoulder.
cute.
This is the perfect final image. Everything
Aw.
about this image is perfect. Starting up like a
I thought they were about to dance.
romantic flick, yeah.
I mean, he's got
What's Ota? Did they have a Japanese guy? They had a Japanese guy play.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I think he's actually a Japanese man who lives in London.
Yeah, they did that for Susato too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a really interesting article like that about like the choosing of like the acts of his characters. It was really cool.
Giselle. But yeah, that fucking the clown looking dude and his other guy, that short guy.
Mm-hmm.
They're
kind of like the guy looked kind of like a dachshund.
yeah, they would not make two whole ass character models for one goddamn scene.
Yeah,
They're
they definitely
coming back.
come back. Ugh.
Good shit.
Get to walk through all the character models. That's very
Yeah.
fun.
Thank you.
He does get like a full body character model.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, you don't see people's like actual like lower
Yeah.
leg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at. They're just gonna sit here and like remind us that Cosmo was dead for most of the game,
Right?
quote unquote dead.
Fuckers.
Like,
Here's
He
where
should
he
have
was
just fallen
dead.
over here and we walked past him.
oh my god, that
I
would
was
be
really
so
hoping they did.
No!
Oh,
Wait!
Stop! No, fuck you!
No!
Ah! Wait, no,
I guess
we
we
were
do.
kidding.
I was kidding.
Damn it! No!
Oh, I loved her too.
Fuckers! God damn it!
They didn't have him eat shit.
But they had him stop.
yeah.
Oh, and
Now he picks
Chisato's
up
gonna
the
give us.
sword, so-
No!
And she's
She's gonna give us the sword.
She's gonna walk with us now.
no, but she's gonna walk behind him. Yeah.
No.
Right? No, I guess not.
Yeah, they're gonna
Stopping.
walk back on screen. They didn't want to animate him putting the sword on.
I guess.
There's enough difference in the model that
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Look
now
at her
she-
walking all elegant, like.
She walks with us.
I like her little shoes.
Yeah. What up, bitch?
So up.
Hi, bailiffs.
Oh, I forgot about fair play
Hi.
and lady first.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't
Bethbo.
forget
It's
about
it's
whatever
me,
the
a Beppo. I need a cloak.
I'm so cold. All the time.
So cold.
we never really addressed ladies' inconsistencies all the way, did we?
No.
No, he was a red herring.
He just happens to be a guy who is just as poor fitting clothes. and
Janetsu,
was-
Chester Lee, and all the translation people I missed just now. Y'all fucking rule. I'm
Oh,
so glad
yeah.
you do this.
But one consistency that we did notice was that he pointed out, he said he didn't recognize the hat, and we were like, it was a guy's hat. How did you not recognize it? But it was Gina's hat.
right.
That makes sense now.
Oh.
Wacky.
Sherlock joined at some point. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he did. Is
Me
Waggy
neither.
gonna come with us?
Please, Waggy.
Please, please,
Waggy
please,
and
please.
Iris?
There's
But we
enough
now
space
know
there.
canonically, so Seki like took one of Waggy's children.
Yeah, it took the kittens.
Iris is
Yeah.
gonna come with us.
Yeah, Iris. Come on, Iris. No,
Come on, Iris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, are we gonna get the full body Van Zeeks though?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Look at that height difference.
God, he's so tall.
Mm.
Holy shit,
Oh,
he's
he's
so
very
tall. Very short.
Oh my god, his pose! Wait! His pose is matched theirs the whole time,
That's
just at a
theirs,
different
but
angle.
just like and
Oh
like
my
a different
God.
like body posture.
Holy shit!
Hi, Gina.
Is she coming?
No, she's,
No, she's
loading
gonna
the
be
gun.
the end screen.
Shoot. I'm gonna shoot.
She's gonna set fireworks off.
Yeah.
I like that Sholmes has the exact same animation as walking for.
Yeah, he's just
Ryu.
taller.
It's like he's copying him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fucking Iris' like hands like going everywhere. Like so childlike.
Yeah,
Adorable.
it's because
And her
her
cute
dress
little
is so
dress.
big.
Yeah.
She can't be smacking her dress every time she swings her arms. Chisato's so calm.
and yet walking at the same stride. Aww.
I love them all.
Ah, they did the little snap together.
Yeah.
Oh, this game's amazing.
Okay,
This game's
This
great.
game
That
is
was awesome.
perfect.
And then fucking
So
DGS2 is gonna
delightful.
like resolve his.
Tear my heart out and
Fucking
stomp it
Give me
bonkers.
my
dust.
boy. Show me.
I hear it's
Show me.
bonkers. Like
Oh. That's not what
they
I
showed
wanted,
him.
but I do love it.
look at them in their
Mm,
cloaks.
Uh,
mm. Show me my boy. You're not gonna show me my boy.
Oh, and they're
I know
ending
he's
it on this
alive.
now.
I know he's alive. Fuckers.
All right, time to close the game and not play it for like a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I think if it's any weeks, I think it's only like 1 or 2.
I think
Yeah,
it's
couple weeks.
no, the next, so
It's a while.
it's the 23rd is the next, is the first Thursday that Alex will be free. Alex's
Okay,
last
okay.
class is on the 16th.
So 2 weeks without
So
this.
so two weeks of not.
And Alex gets 2
So
weeks. to
December
catch up.
23rd is right directly immediately before Christmas.
It is.
It's the eve.
So depends on, I guess,
Just for like
what people are
people's schedules and
are doing.
Probably around-
I'll be free, but
I will see.
yeah.
I
If-
usually spend Christmas like at my parents' house, but I should be there already.
Mhm.
So
Okay. I mean, yeah, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Otherwise, if it's not the 23rd, then it's the 30th, which is also still like right before New Year's.
It's holiday season.
It's holiday season, so the fingers crossed helpful plan is the 23rd if it works out for everybody. If it doesn't work out for everybody, then we won't start it. Like, that would be fucked up. Everyone needs to be here. I'll find something else to do in the meantime, or I'll just take a couple Thursdays off. This month's gonna be stressful for me, so yay. So we'll see. God, this game's so good, guys. This game's really good.
yeah.
Good shit.
Fuck. Alright. Thank you so much for joining me, you guys. This has been really fun. I'm really excited to get to
Oh,
the
yeah.
next part, the next game. But until then, I will maybe be streaming this Sunday with more Code Vein. I've been a little spotty on my schedule lately, but we'll try and get back into it. If not, then I'll definitely see you on Tuesday because I'm really into Final Fantasy IV and we gotta finish that up. So, at the very least, Tuesday, if not Sunday. But yeah, I will see you all next time. I hope you enjoy the rest of your week and have a good night. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
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 Also, Alex isn't streaming.